Try moving the camera to look at your surroundings. Use the map to switch to the other camera. Spawn a zombie at the indicated location. Control the zombie. Attack the survivor. Cease controlling the zombie and return to camera mode. Survivors will respawn at the start of the area when killed, but the time they have remaining to escape will be drastically reduced. Place a trap at the indicated location. Use the machine gun skill card to defeat the survivor. Exit firearm mode. Use your ultimate skill.
All right, guys, we get to do. Wow, this is different. All right, well, let's go ahead and change this around here real quick. We're not going to need this right now. Where did we go? Where did we? Oops. All right, we should be good for the most part, guys. All right, so right now we're playing Resident Evil Resistance. Okay, this is a open beta that just recently came out, so we're about to see what it's really all about. Let's try it out. So far, it's pretty cool. We get to play as the mastermind, and we're just kind of testing a few things here, guys. So let's just go ahead and keep that going and see how we do. All right, so we're gonna spawn the tyrant right now. Guess we can spawn him wherever we want.
Attack the survivor.
Oh wow. Wonder if they're gonna add him like in like, so when the eyes are red doesn't mean I'm controlling them. All right, so he has rampart. He blocks. Okay. You have to press it again. That's punch. Oh, okay, he's got that. Pulverize. Then we have Stalker. What's Stalker all about? Don't get it. Oh. Wow. completely missed that. When they're down on the ground, I can't do anything.
Experiment successful.
End of tutorial. Alright, so maybe we'll see what the survivors is all about now. I mean, pretty simple. Guess we kind of get it, right? Yeah, let's do the survivor tutorial. Alright, let's see what the survivor's point of view is going to look like here, guys, for the most part. Alright, the key to winning is not losing, right? Makes sense. Survival main objective. The experiment is about to begin. Alright, survivor's main objective. Unlock the exit of all 3 areas of this facility before the countdown ends to escape. The mastermind will try to stop you at every turn. However, extra time will be awarded every time you complete a mission, destroy a trap, or defeat an enemy. Fight for more time to survive. So either way, we're still on a time limit here. Alright, so we're playing as the girl with the yellow jacket. Alright, we still kind of got like our... The first thing we're going to do is first of all options, right? Because this is going to be kind of tedious here. We do have a voice chat. Language, display. I don't think we have much options here. I could probably get this on PC to see what it's going to be like, but I think we're going to do controls. I'm going to do camera here. All right, so we got when aiming, put it here. Normal gameplay, put it there. Field of view. Wow, you can actually change that. Okay, that's cool. Turn camera. Shake from movement and enemy attacks on off. Well, we'll just... Okay, so we're looking pretty good here, guys. Let's,
Ram open the locked door. Go to
Okay.
the puzzle lock.
Okay, so we got a puzzle lock here with the machine. Return all pieces to Mr. Raccoon.
Each character has a unique personal skill. Use Valerie's to mark nearby items. Find the missing puzzle piece.
The rooms are kind of small, though.
Attach the puzzle piece to the puzzle lock.
We get time.
Assembly complete. Exit open.
Okay. Alright.
Look for the security guard zombie. It will be carrying the security card.
Oh, you can hear him in the other room. Okay. Yeah, I don't know.
Defeat the security guard zombie by attacking its unprotected head or back. Pick up
Wow.
the security card.
Okay, this is like training, so I think we got... Alright, so we're gonna grab the security card. We're gonna run back over
Unlock
here.
the security device. Use the map to locate it.
Alright, so the... Oh, okay, so we got the map to, Oh, so we can keep the map out while we're playing. Oh, we got the key, but we didn't even like activate it. I thought I did. Maybe because I wasn't standing in front of it, so that might be why. Alright, let's try this again. We have to hold it, guys. So remember that we have to hold the action button here.
Head to the exit.
I don't know if this game is crossplay or not, is it? There's no pause to this game.
Your teammate is near death. Help him.
Okay, so we help him. With what button? A lot of A buttons. Attack cameras to disable them. Oh, look, the camera's looking right at me.
Valerie's fever skill can heal injured survivors.
Oh, wow.
Head to the exit.
Yeah, button's weird, but yeah, we're healing though, so that's good. Can't do anything to the cameras, guys. Alright, so let's go and take the elevator. So the rooms are like in portions.
Pick up the umbrella credits.
Okay.
Buy a more powerful weapon from the armory.
So right now we have what? It doesn't really tell us, but here's Lightning Hawk. That's probably going to be like a Magnum for these purposes. I guess we're going to be doing just that.
Equip your new weapon.
Okay.
Find and destroy the red biocore.
Yeah, I guess we're heading downstairs. Oh.
You have been infected. Find a blue herb.
Oh, there's a blue herb right down there. I didn't even see that trap.
Use the blue herb to lower your infection rate.
Okay, health is still fine.
Find and destroy the red biocore.
Wow, time goes fast. Time goes very fast. Okay. We supposed to shoot this thing?
Final exit unlocked. Activate the switch to open it.
Okay. So we go down. Dead end. Wait, am I going the wrong way or something? Hold on, guys. I'm not gonna make it. Oopsie daisy. Wow. Didn't even see that.
Survive until the final exit has opened.
Uh-oh, this is like the final countdown for the, Okay.
The final exit opens in 10 seconds.
Not bad.
The final exit is open.
Alright, look at that. I don't know. It's kind of weird. I mean, we played games identical to this, and I like the concept of it. I just don't know how it's going to be for the long run, you know? But with this being an open beta, this is our chance to try it out. We're going to furthermore test to see what this resistance, what else it has to offer us here, guys. Alright, let's see. I think, Alright, let me check something really quick. We're gonna find out this game is actually crossplay or not. So, let's see, Resident Evil, right? I highly doubt it. Resident Evil Resistance. Crossplay? Okay, so they're still talking about crossplay being a possibility, but there's no confirmation yet, guys. I think they're gonna have to look into it more and just kind of see what's going on with it. Let's see. I think, Oh, it's delayed on PS4 and PC. Wow. Only Xbox can do this right now anyway. Xbox One. From 3 a.m. on Friday, March 27th through 3 a.m. Wait, what? Wow, till April 3rd? That's quite a while. Yep, there's no other option to download it except for Xbox. Wow, okay, so this is really the only way to play it right now. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and I think there is going to be voice chat, so let's see what we have in terms of options here, guys. Let's go ahead and connect real quick. We can only do a quick match. Oh, that sucks. Survivor team play. Invite friends to play together as survivors. Watch this. Hold on. Alright, let's click this real quick, guys. See what's going on. Hold on. I want to mess with people. Well, we'll practice with the mastermind for a bit. Oh. Did I make a mess on my own desk? What am I doing? All right. After infection reaches critical level, survivors will begin to experience adverse effects. Great. All right, so it looks like we're just waiting for people to join right now, guys. So hopefully we'll get enough players on here. Hopefully the matchmaking is pretty decent. I'm not really liking this full black screen, though. You know, definitely, hopefully after this beta, they add some sort of, like, detail to it or a little more interesting background. Even just a picture, I don't care. Just, I don't know about the all black, though. It just... I mean, we have a moving camera right behind me. You know, it tells us how many players are in the lobby, which right now there's 0. And I don't know if we can hear the players, maybe. I'm not sure. I'm using my PC headphones anyway, so I'm not going to really be hearing people in the game, so it's going to defeat the purpose on that part. Alright, so while we're waiting on the matchmaking there, guys, let's go ahead and take a look around and see what else we can find here. Alright, so what we're going to do, actually, what I need to do, head on over to, we got to reset some of these stream goals here, guys. Alright, so it looks like we're going to be waiting for quite some time. We're still in the waiting game here. We got 3 out of 5. Not too bad. People are joining in, which is great. Which is really good. Hopefully we can keep these guys rolling in on us real quick. Alright, so that's cool, that's cool. I think it was here. Alright, what were we looking like anyway in scenes? Let's take a double look here and see what we got here. Okay. Alright. Definitely feeling it. I don't know if that worked. Alright, so this was... What's today? Alright, looks like we're about to be loading into the game here, guys. I hate that. Where are we at right now anyway? I think we're at 12. Alright, that should be pretty good. Alright. Looks like we're still waiting on the players, guys. Still waiting on the players. Looks like we'll be getting on there. Solaria, what's going on? Today is Friday the 27th of March 2020, right? I try to set the goal for today's date. Like, who does that? I do that. Oopsie daisy. Alright, yeah, we're still just waiting there. Solaria, have you tried this open beta yet? Unfortunately, it seems like it's currently Xbox only. Supposedly, there's no Steam or PlayStation 4 quite yet, which is interesting. So maybe there was some undergoing issue. Maybe it was from the work of Umbrella. No. You're a PC? Yeah, I feel you. Yeah, I tried to see if it was on PC, but nothing. It's not available, so... Oh yeah, this matchmaking is terrible. There we go. We got a match found. Alright, so what do I do here? Just hit confirm? Oh, I get to choose the map? Quick maps are randomly selected. Oh. Oh, Daniel's the mastermind. Under the direct orders of Spencer, Freybaum besits Alex with her research, building facilities, kidnapping subjects, and occasioning surgeries and knocking control. Okay. Oh. These people are talking in game, but I don't hear them. Oh, I could change presets. Look at this. Oh, we get different things? What? Yeah, I don't think there's a lot we can do here. Mm-hmm. This weekend, there's so many free games. I downloaded World War Z for free. Why not? Go for it. You know, got it for free. I think I played it for Game Pass. Never really played more than that though. But all right, here we go, guys. I think we're about to. Looks like it's about to get started.
Bonjour, mon ami. The wheels of fate led you to a strange place today, no? Let us see if you will walk away or not. Sometimes it's easiest just to do things yourself. You understand me? Oui?
Oh! Alright.
Oui, that could be a key. What would open this strange lock? How much do you believe that I would put that key in there with you? Perhaps I did not, and you are trapped forever.
I don't know.
But that will not make you much safer.
I'm doing pretty bad.
Go find a place to use that. There is no fun. He feels no pain. The perfect machine for this endeavor.
Holy fucking shit!
There is more fun ahead, and possibly death.
No!
This really is not a very efficient way of ending your life. But orders are orders.
Uh-oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh. There we go, got her. Uh-oh.
Say bonjour to the Reaper for me.
Oh, she should be almost down and out, hopefully. Oh, got her. No!
They're like glaciers moving faster than you.
There we go. No! Oh, they took me out, guys. Ah, they escaped. No.
Okay, I expected a little less from you, but there are more games to come.
I tried. There we go.
Easiest just to do things yourself. You understand me. Oui?
Wow. Yeah, man.
Zombie?
I'm a zombie.
Ow.
I'm gonna leave him and let somebody else control him.
The hat and
What is that?
You will be killed in style.
That Mr. X? Hi, is that Mr. X?
You kill Yorick. Your name was.
I know, hold on.
Is that Mr. X?
That's Mr. X.
He's huge!
Mm-hmm.
He has freaking red eyes and he's huge with a big leather coat. He can't fit in the door, he has to go.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Okay. This is weird.
He has to keep going. He just went
Oh.
superpower, boy. Guy, who's in the control room?
Ooh.
Daddy, who's in the control room?
The bars of the cage fall into place.
Oh.
You are close to the point of no return.
Liquor.
Oh wait, why am I in this room? Hold on, I gotta switch rooms. Okay, we're gonna. Yep. We're gonna do right here.
Daddy, who's the control? Who spawns all these zombies?
I do.
You do?
Yep.
You're Mr. X? Wow, you spawned a liquor right near him too.
I want to play as the liquor man, but you can't.
It's too strong.
Yeah.
He feels no pain. The perfect machine.
Yeah, what do you think? It goes.
Yeah. Oh gosh.
That's why you don't play as a liquor. Wait, get her. She has a key.
She's weak.
The dog.
Wow.
The dog and the liquor. That's why you can't play as a liquor because he goes so fast.
Yeah, she's pretty much a goner. But she might be baiting me, so hold on.
Hey, behind you.
I know, it's okay. I put the zombie right here.
This really is not a very efficient way.
Hey, that's why you're not able to play as a liquor because it goes so fast.
Oh, the zombies are slow.
And once it gets near you, it goes.
Yeah.
The dog, he don't care. He will run as fast as he can. And
This is life. We run and we die.
plays Mr. X.
You did not choose this chaos. But at least you saw it before your eyes. Interesting. In the
No.
long run. Well done, Daniel. Wait, would you like to explain how the fuck you have done this? Look at you all. You had no chance. Is this the virus we gave you? What is it doing to you? That could not have gone better.
Oh, we got them all. Yes. Woo. That was tough.
We
That
get to
was
keep
tough.
you here for more experiments. The decline of civilization.
I didn't think I was gonna win that one, guys. It was hard. The beginning, they were literally
If not today,
getting to me.
then soon.
But I'm not really liking this narrator guy. Like, he doesn't really have that Umbrella vibe. It'd be nice to have, like, Wesker sitting there as the mastermind. You know that's going to be a skin you can purchase. You know that for a fact. Rumor has it Resident Evil 3 Jill's going to be here, so we'll see. Alright, so far so good. So, what happens when we're done here? Microsoft Store. Next to the full screen, result screen. I think it just switches to the next game. Too bad it doesn't just keep going. So I kind of got the idea. So we can control some of the subjects. Not all of them. At least you get to control them though. So that's really good because when I first saw this, I thought the mastermind just kind of sat there, just spawned things. I was like, I don't know about that so much. But thankfully, you can play as them, so that's really good. Okay, let's take a look here. All right. I like the Resident Evil song though. It's definitely got that Resident Evil like from the movie almost. All right, we're still 1 out of 5 right now, guys. Let's see here. Oh, good. Looks like we got a game. So wait. All right, we're ready for the next round here, guys. Let's go and do it. All right, so we're playing as Daniel. We're going to confirm that. We're going to do downtown because this is the beta presets. We're going to go ahead and stick it to the 3 because I'm kind of familiar with it. As for brutality, I think... Oh, default. Okay. Oh, these are locked. Preset. What do I do with this? They're all the same. Oh, okay. I think because of the okay. Puppeteer. Vampire. Brutality. Yeah, I don't think we have much not much I could do here quite now, guys. But we got this. Ready to launch. Do the next game here, guys. Do it. To see if these call you still. Hey, is that what you're doing right now? Go for it, Salaria. I think I played it 2 days ago. I even done some Mountain Blade, kind of switched it up a bit.
I have many fun adventures lined up for you. We have death, destruction, disease, all the fun things that the modern world will offer us. You are welcome.
I don't want to do that again.
Wow, I took them out, no problem.
Sometimes it's easiest just to do things yourself. You understand?
There we go. Bite him. No, they took me out without a doubt. Let's get the dog in there. Landmine places a trap. Yeah, landmine. We're gonna go ahead and keep right here. All right. We're gonna switch camera rooms here. All right, that's good. That's good. Okay, so how do we know, like, point wise? I see. Okay.
I've killed dozens, maybe hundreds. And now I'm asked to make no knocks. My life is strange. find it
All
best
right.
to use them.
Well,
There
this-
is more fun ahead. Fun for me.
oh boy. Ball in hand, bioenergy recharge rate is greatly increased.
Oui, that could be a key.
Daddy,
Yeah.
you're playing the Resident Evil, right?
Yep.
That reminds me.
I confess, I did not expect to be so successful so soon.
Oh boy. Alright, I gotta wait for my They escaped. Oh, that's just area 1. Okay.
Fate
Bone Crusher one? Nice. Doubloons, get them, bro. Get them. Okay, so I'm defending this room. There's not much going on quite yet. They haven't gone in here yet, guys. Why is it not letting me switch the Uh-oh.
This really is not a very efficient way of ending your life. But orders are orders.
There we go, we got her. Oh, oh! Ah, they took her out, guys. They took her out. Okay. Let's get it to the next camera room here. Nope. Not gonna work. Alright, let's get the camera room. Let's get him spawned in.
A brutal weapon for a brutal game.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Alright, guys, let's get inside. Wow, okay. Unbelievable. Alright, we got Stalker mode. Let's do it.
Mine, mine, mine. Fuck you all. Have a first aid kit for your boo-boo.
There we go. He's down and out. Oh no. There we go.
Why are you still in this place? Don't you have somewhere else to go? Do you not want to escape? You are blinded. Where are your enemies? Where are your friends?
Here we go.
All the pieces I have put in place led you here. Oh, goodness. You are so slow.
Overtime. Get him down! Get him down!
That could not have gone better.
Whew, that was tough. Solo slow, you get slaughtered? Yeah. I don't mind solo sailing. I just gank players. You just gotta be more cautious, like strategic, and like take your time with it. And then what's a good thing about attacking players, you ain't gotta worry about losing your loot. You know what I'm saying? I think it's the people trying to go for the adventure gets the downside. Early Sea of Thieves was more adventurous. Now it's more watch your back, get ready to fight. People are pretty vicious nowadays on there. I mean, this is okay. I like the idea where this game is coming at, but I think Capcom just wants a piece of the action of what this game genre is. You know, like they just want to participate in these asymmetrical games, I guess. Yeah, real pirates. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I don't know. Which Project Resistance was on here? A Massive Alliance? We used to get those. Like, we used to, like, own the servers. Like, pretty much all 6 ships were allies. And you just have fun with it. You know? That was really a way to, like, host events and stuff. You'll have to do that anyway. Oh, yeah. Yeah. As much as I complain about there's not enough players on the servers, I think that having too many would just make it chaotic. So it's kind of good that there's not that many. I want to say 6 ships is still the max. Usually you'll have like 3 galleons, a brig, and 2 sloops or whatnot. It just balances it out based on the amount of players. But 6 ships is cool. I mean, the map is pretty large with 6 ships anyway. So we're back downtown again. Preset number 3. Yeah, there's not much we can do here with the yeah, so the default consists of these. Yeah, I guess we're ready. The tyrant's kind of cool. Kind of interesting to see. I wish you could play as the liquor though. I think that would be sweet. Kind of sucks that you can't. But it's alright though. But there are a lot of C&D players on our Discord though, Solaria. If you haven't asked already, definitely check them out. Just, you know. A 3-and-3 Galleon Alliance treasure hunt. Yeah, that'd be cool. Have you done arena mode? That might be something you might want to be into. It is kind of like a time limit, though. You know, it's not like
I have seen revolutions, slaughter, poverty, and riches. Passé. But today, I see something new. There is always a higher madness that can be found. If only we look. Let us look together, okay? Okay.
Alright, they're gonna be coming out soon, guys, so let's be ready for them. Yeah, shot her right in the butt. There we go.
No pain. The perfect machine for this endeavor.
Oh! Yeah, I'm getting taken out. Yeah, Yeah, he was he was taken out without a doubt, guys. Oh. Wow. Alright guys, we're gonna be going into the next area here.
If that were something you needed, do you think I would tell you?
Oh. Thank you, boy, for that resub. What's going on, bro? Thank you. 15 months. Look at you. All right.
To use that. There is more fun ahead. Fun for me, at least.
Oh. You know what? I'm gonna wait it out. Put a trap back here just in case they come backwards.
I have killed dozens, maybe hundreds. And now I am asked to make novelty locks. My life is strange. You know we set this up to teach.
Oh shoot! I screwed up.
We never really expected you to get it. That could be a key.
Okay, there we go, guys. There we go. I can't reach him. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Nice and easy. Yeah. We're gonna have to wait it out. We're gonna need stronger enemies here, guys. That's the exit, too. We can't let them have that.
Exit's open, let's... I confess, I did not expect to be so successful so soon. Interesting. Ineffective in the long run.
No! Area 1's cleared. I should have saved my points.
Bravo! Let us see how much further you can go.
Alright, let's save our points here a little bit, guys. Alright, let's go easy. I don't think there's really not much here anyway, so let's switch cameras. Yeah, they haven't even left yet. Oh, I guess you could destroy the cameras. Alright, let's get over here. All in the tire right now.
No regret. Just flesh made into a weapon.
There we go.
And fate awaits writing the final line for you.
There we go. There we go. Come on.
So it goes, my friend. So it goes.
Oh!
This one I call the dripster, because bits are dripping off there.
There we go. Good. Not much been working. Okay, boy. Just be careful, bro. Don't get sick on me out there.
I understand. If I were infected with the virus and could kill the world, then I would be conflicted about escaping it. But do you have to be so slow about it?
Oh, yeah.
This shit again.
Okay, nice and easy. Let's wait for some of the points to regenerate here, guys.
If it's here, I'll find it.
Oh, okay. Left stick does that. Thomas, what's going on? Do you ever sleep? Nah, not really. Not really. Can't do it, bro. Can't sleep, man. Allowed to. Let's get. We gotta get zombies in different rooms here, guys.
I might be able to see some.
How the fuck does this thing work? The trader I got it from was very shady.
All right, let's get them in. There we go. Well, my tyrant's almost coming in too, guys, which is good.
Well done, Daniel. Why, thank you then. It was most excellently played.
Here we go.
Entertainment. A high risk of dismemberment. Please say bonjour to our guest star, Miss.
Get inside, guys. Get inside. Here we go.
So many of you left. More food for the undead.
Oh.
We kept them hungry for you, in case you got this far.
Okay, come here. Get the running for it, guys. Okay. Oh no! No, they took down my turret.
You are so slow.
Oh, they escaped. No way. So what is it? 3 areas, right? Yep. What's up, Thomas? Is it not working? Oh, okay. Yep, they're in area number 3 right now.
Accepting your loss now. You have seen so much. It changes you. You wish to go on? Very well.
Alright, nice and easy, guys.
More fun and cool friends for you.
Oh, I was!
Alright, where are they coming out of, guys? So they still need to come downstairs. Oh boy.
Ow.
Yeah, they're gonna be coming in, guys. We gotta really watch ourselves here. Save our points.
This is Bloody McBloodface.
Alright, we gotta speed up the camera recovery. No! No!
Nice try, but that will not make you.
Oh boy, here we go again, guys. Even quicker. What the hell? Right? You're on Xbox? Yeah, I'm on Xbox right now, guys.
The hat and trench coat. You will be killed in style, yes?
Wow, grabbing that is hard.
Mine. Fuck you. Time is running out for you, my friends.
Alright, 2 down.
Bad luck, my friend.
There we go. That was close.
Takes more than brute strength.
Is it not working? Yeah, Trixie let us play Resident Evil. We're playing Resident Evil, guys. They don't have it as an actual game category, unfortunately. Good job, success. But that took 14 minutes that round. What? It's working? Good. I'm glad it's working. Oh man. All right, we're gonna be waiting for the next round here, guys. So while we're waiting for this, I'm gonna step away for like just a second. I'm not gonna be gone long, but once I hear the match comes in, I'll sit right back down. Yeah, this is they have an open beta right now, guys. Unfortunately, Xbox only. Oh, clicked the wrong thing. Nah, I wish. I am hungry though. I really wish, guys. Oh, wow, 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 wow. Right there, that's perfect. Ugh. Oh yeah. Boom. Boom. Yep. So right now we're waiting for the match. Be right back. All right, guys, here we go.
Dad, that's what Mr. X looks like?
No, that's Daniel. He's just one of the umbrella workers. He's the mastermind. So what he does, he puts on a pair of gloves and he can control Mr. X. Mr. X is an experiment. He's under control from Umbrella. See, and look, here's some of the zombies I can spawn. Hold
So
on.
he's technically Neo Umbrella?
Not Neo Umbrella. He's Umbrella. Umbrella, Neo Umbrella, all the same thing. But see the red and white? That's Umbrella. Neo Umbrella was blue and white, I think. Like a light bluish white, something like that.
How does he control freaking a monster by just putting in
The
gloves?
wheels of fate led you to a strange place today. Let us see if you will walk away.
Why can't you play as a zombie dog?
Oh no, I can't. No dog and no liquors. Anything that like jumps and that are moving quick.
Why do you rush all the time? There is no hurry.
How many times did you get to be Mr. X? Daddy, how many times did you get to be Mr. X?
Yeah, hold on. I have to go in the other room now.
Go find a place to use that.
I'm gonna go ahead.
More fun ahead. Fun for me, at least.
No, I didn't want a machine gun. Oh well, you ready? That's it. I want to get so many bullets.
Look how beefy that thing is. It's really like,
Mm-hmm. Look at him. Look at him.
I see the bullet. They're destroying your liquor. Dude,
You
just
found
killed your
it,
liquor.
huh? But where is the key?
How many hits does a liquor take? That liquor's just taking hits to the face.
If that were something you needed, do you think I would tell you?
Okay, guys. Let's be careful here.
Interesting. May ineffective in the long run. Oui, that could be it.
All right, guys, here we go.
Sometimes it's easiest just to do things yourself. You understand?
Yeah, bite him down. No.
Whack whack. There is more fun ahead. Possibly.
Okay, so they did the first area, guys.
Fate has more cards to turn for you yet?
No. All right, let's get to the next camera area here, guys.
You killed Yorick! Weird name for security.
No. All right, let's get out of this camera area here, guys.
Damn!
A fittingly brutal weapon for a brutal game.
Uh-oh, here we go, here we go. Uh-oh, he's down and out, guys.
All the pieces I have put in place led you here. Well done, Daniel. Why, thank you then. It was most excellently played.
Damn!
All right, here we go, guys, here we go.
This is life. We run.
I tried.
You did not choose this game.
Oh, no.
But at least you saw it before your end.
Okay, here we go, guys. Get you guys diagnosed with superpower here. Okay, let's get these guys behind.
This is a zombie. A dangerous one. single bullet like this will rarely kill you. Do you feel strong today?
Get the crawler zombie there.
You know I have other cameras.
Oh.
This has gone on long enough.
There we go.
This really is not a very efficient way of ending your life. But orders are orders. Have a first aid kit for your boo-boo.
I'm trying, guys. There you go. He's down and out. Wow, I missed? No.
If I were infected with a virus and could kill the world, then I would be conflicted about this too. But do you have to be so slow about it?
There you go. Come on. Ooh.
Could have gone better.
Got him. All right, we did it. That was close.
Civilization calls for your death, and you resist. Why? What do you have to live for?
Yeah, I don't know. This narrator, I'm not really not feeling it so much. All right, let's see what we got. Hey, how's it going? Welcome. All right. I'm gonna restart this because chat's duplicating. Oh shoot. Nah, so far no luck. No luck. Yeah. We'll just have to hamachi it up for private servers, I guess. I miss Tungo, man. Alright. Well, the bad thing is we don't have much progression here, with it being an open beta, so would like to see what unlockables would be in the game. I think they want to keep that a secret. Yeah, I know. Tungo was great, especially because a lot of times game companies no longer host servers anymore. You know what I'm saying? You'll have like a game you miss playing in your childhood days or whatever, and then all of a sudden you're just like, they just shut down the servers, and you're like, why? Especially games that require like CD keys. Those were the good old days. All right, let's see what we got here. What? Sorry about that, Solaria. I had to refresh the chat. I wish on Xbox you can like do like you could do alright, we're 3 out of 5 right now, guys. Matchmaking is not too bad, especially for being the host, so I guess it's okay. But I think later on we will need to get something to eat. Okay, so for the most part, this will be all done and good. And then Resident Evil 3 comes out very soon, guys. What, like 6 days? Something like that? All right. See what else we got. Oh. Right, boy. What you been playing lately, boy? You been on what, Destiny? I know I see you on Destiny a lot. You been on Ark. I know your Discord just shows a bunch of numbers. I think that's just whatever you have set as your, like, whatever it is. I mean, okay. I need to get me a stream deck. I can't spend no more money on streaming equipment, guys. We put a cutoff limit there. Destiny, Minecraft, Ark. Gotcha. So mainly like crafting games. Well, I know I'm a little upset about my Minecraft because I contacted Minecraft and they're kind of giving me the runaround to give me my account back, and I'm kind of ticked off because now I can play PC Minecraft on my phone. The Java, you know what I'm saying? No more of that Bedrock. I can actually do Java on my phone, and I can't do it because I can't freaking log in. I test it actually. I don't know where my Minecraft is. I'll try it later though. Not much we can do here. Just choose the map. Everything's pretty much. I love preset 3 is my favorite. Then we're just gonna go ahead and ready it up. You might mainly play modded Minecraft. Yeah. No, you're good. You're good. Like I said, I connect my phone to my computer now when I'm out and about, so I can play any game I want. There's no limitations. No more of this being restricted to like mobile games. And to be honest with you, most of these mobile games are so loaded with ads and so loaded with like pay to win and like purchase and battle passes and cosmetic. I ain't got time for that. Just give me the real game. Bum 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 bum. Wait, did I put gas in my car? I think I did.
I have many fun adventures lined up for you.
Right? Yeah.
Destruction, disease, all the fun things that the modern world will offer us.
Wait, what? Was that late? Wait, didn't it show you resubscribe already? Well, either way, thank you for the resub, Bori. But I could have sworn we saw it earlier. I think that's like a late. Come on, stay alive.
Why do you rush all the time? There is no hurry here. That could be a key. Interesting.
No!
Ineffective in the long run.
Way to do it.
No one will be coming through that door. It's locked and bolted.
Okay. Well, let's get the big guy over here.
Phil, when did he die?
Let's get the dog back here.
Sometimes it's easiest just to do things yourself. You understand me? Oui? The pen of fate awaits writing the final line for you.
No! Let's get these guys down, guys. Get these guys down. Oh! Oh no! Get up! Get up! Get up! Get up! I'm dead. Oh yeah, he's a goner for sure. No, he's still up and alive.
Well done. Why, thank you then. It was most excellently played.
Oh. But you know what though? We got points though here, guys, which is great.
If that were something you needed, do you think I would tell you? I've killed dozens, maybe hundreds. And now I rush to make novelty locks. My life is strange.
Alright, where are we at? We're in this room? There we go. Come on. That's right. That's right. Ooh, it's infecting them and everything.
There are glaciers moving faster than you.
Okay, we're gonna let these guys do their thing in here. Let's switch cameras here, guys.
He feels no pain. The perfect machine for this endeavor.
Oh!
All the pieces I have put in place led you.
Okay.
Get on with it. This is death or glory, not a race where you get a prize for participation.
There we go. Get them, guys. Oh boy.
Could have gone better. I rule.
Late much stream elements? Right, stream elements is slacking, dude.
Civilization calls for your death.
Maybe with this whole virus outbreak, I don't know, maybe it can be a cause of it.
What do you have
Maybe
to
the
live
staff
for?
is running their stream elements servers on a VPN or something, or like on a VPS. That took us only 4 minutes to annihilate them, guys. Good job. Probably gonna get a lot of hateful messages on Xbox here. That is very late. Ori, did you enjoy Borderlands 3? Did you enjoy it? I'm trying to wait for it to go on sale, bro. Just upset that it wasn't on Game Pass. You know, say they got what 2K Games has the rest of their games on Game Pass except for freaking 3. Like, why? And I think it should be crossplay. Either way, it doesn't matter. I mean, it's a co-op game. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing unfair about it. It's just whether or not the devs want to go about actually going about doing it. All right, guys. So we have a little waiting period here for the next round. I don't know. We'll probably do like 1 more hour or something. But yeah, Minecraft, man. I don't know, dude. I tried. I'm gonna check again though, just to be safe. See if they messaged me with anything new. I doubt it. Let's see. Type what was it? Mojang. These are old messages. Minecraft. No. Let's take Mojang off. Have help. It's one of these. Try this one. March 7th. Any update on what's going on with my account? Yeah, I messaged them, nothing. Your support request has been received. We're currently working through a bit of backlog, but we'll get back to you very soon. Yeah, and that was what, March 7th? 20 days later, no reply. Yeah, no. I could just try. Let me see. Where did I have it installed? Oh, this would be tough. I think it's here. Minecraft launcher. This got to be it. This is the original. That was weird. All right, let's ready up. So Daniel, I think, is my character talking that we hear, but I don't know if I ever remember hearing him in the story.
I have many fun adventures lined up for you. We have death, destruction, disease, all of the fun things that the modern world will offer us.
All right, we're gonna have to save up on the points here, guys. We gotta start separating the survivors, really, to be honest.
Well, shit.
Meet the biter. It likes biting, you see. Go find a place to use that. There is more fun ahead. Fun for me, at least.
Oh, that took him down to the ground, which is nice.
Sometimes it's easiest just to do things yourself. You understand me. Oui? I have killed dozens, maybe hundreds. And now I am asked to make novelty locks.
Get her down, guys. Get her down. No! Let's get her again. Get her again. Blah, blah, blah. Eat that. Eat her up, guys. Oh, right in my head. Uh-oh.
Wah, wah.
No, they're in the next area here, guys. We gotta seal this off.
This is... If that were something you needed, do you think I would tell you?
I clicked the wrong thing, man. All right, guys, let's get these guys up here. Zombie dog would be nice. We're gonna protect it as much as we can. Let's control the zombie.
Really is not a very efficient way of ending your life. But others are.
There we go. Come on. Go.
You are doing magnificently. Now move on.
There we go. Right in the neck. Oh.
Why did I bother building all of these mechanisms for you if you are going to move so slowly that the Toknius with a limp could overtake you?
There we go, guys.
That good.
Oh,
I rule.
good job.
It takes more than
Umbrella, we work for Umbrella. Oh, man. Blah, 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 blah. All right, let's get ready for the next round. See, we're getting points plus 5,000, but what? I got a grade S. Wow. Oh yeah. There we go. I don't know. I want to get familiar with Mastermind. They will probably work on a little bit of Survivors, so we can kind of get the side of both. Typically in these kind of games, I usually play the Hunter mostly. Some reason I'm just like naturally pretty decent at it. Not the best in the world, but I think I do pretty good in my at least in my book. All right, so we're loading on a game here, guys, and I'm gonna grab me a bottle of water. The next round's about to start.
Hey, come here. Look. Hey, stop looking.
Come on, let me.
Hey, Daddy. Come here.
I'm outside.
Come here.
You got to get your homework done. You got a little bit left. Right. Test this. Yeah, testing. Test 1, test 2, test 3. Let's go. What's up? Peanut butter jelly time. Peanut butter jelly time. Okay, yeah, that's good. Take a banana. Okay. Careful for peanut butter and jelly copyrights me.
Daddy.
Before they come over here. Copyright and Tommy time. Copyright time. While you play my song,
Slaughter.
I give you a ticket to play along. Wait, wait, what?
I see something.
I like these zombies cost 0, which is perfect.
There's always a higher madness that can be found. If only.
Hey, look, a little ad pops up
Let us
on
look
your
together,
screen once in a while.
Okay? Okay.
Alright, they're getting time extensions, guys, which is not good. Alright, let's go in the next room here. Let's get the next room loaded up. Alright, we gotta try to save some points. No product placement. Right. Hello, Neil. What's up? How are ya? I can't do much of here, guys. Wow. Didn't even,
You found a lock, but where is the key?
I have nothing else to shoot anyway. They took out the liquor that quick? Wow.
That was something you needed? Do you think I would tell you?
Alright, here we go, guys. Here we go. Let's control the zombie.
It feels no pain. The perfect machine for this.
Oh, they took that zombie out so quickly. Alright, we're gonna switch cameras, guys.
There is more fun ahead. Fun for me, at least. I confess, I did not expect to be so successful so soon.
Yo, Demon Gaming, what's going on? How are ya? Neil, hey, I'm always doing great. My family's healthy and has a cabin. Oh, wait, as long as you guys are safe. They got through the first part. Sorry, guys. Hold on. Perfect timing. Right. Right, they made it to area number 2, guys. Not good.
You yet? Where?
Okay, let's buy this. Generator mod. While in hand, bioenergy recharge rate is greatly increased. Okay. There we go, guys. There we go. Come on. About to disable my camera. Nope. I think we're good. Jamming detected. Alright, we're gonna move on to the next camera scene here. Oh, my capture card. Can't wait for R3. I know, me too. I can't wait. Alright, let's get the zombies spawned up and ready here, guys. Alright.
The hat and trench coat. You will be killed in style, yes? The cogs turn. The bars of the cage fall into place. You are close to the point of no return.
Oh, one of them just became a zombie?
Okay. I do not count the deaths anymore. But then, I never did. You know we set this up to tease you, do you not? We never really expect.
Yeah, they're getting ready for the exit here, guys. Oh no! No, I ran out of power! Hey guys. Alright, first of all, we need to start turning the lights off, right? Alright, let's get the crawling zombie here, I
Search
guess.
his corpse for anything useful. Because that's not a weird thing to do at all.
Okay, so those zombies are all over there, which is good. Alright, let's be careful here. No, like no light switches here or anything?
So many of you left. More food for the undead in this area. We kept them hungry for you, in case you got this far.
Alright, let's get the zombies around the map, which is good. Alright, this guy's real. Look at this guy. He's like, holy moly.
Well done, Daniel. Why, thank you then. It was
Oh,
excellent.
okay. They're trying to get in? Nope, I don't think so. Oh, they're in big trouble now, guys.
The time has come to give in.
Alright, we're gonna go ahead and
Sometimes it's easiest just to do things yourself. You understand?
there we go. Let's take them down, guys. Oh. Okay. Oh.
If it's here, I'll find it.
There we go. They're healing each other.
This is life. We run and we die.
Oh, no, come on.
Is the small guy.
I don't think so.
Trenchy. are you still in this place? Don't you have somewhere else to go?
Oh no! They're all down, guys. They're all down.
Snails move faster than you, including the ones served in garlic.
I think that's it.
Bad luck, my friend.
We did it. Ah, but April 3rd is so far away, guys, for this. Like, why does Resident Evil 3 do this to us? Did you guys enjoy the demo, though? Demo was a nice little teaser. Nice little sampler. That one took me 9 minutes, guys. Too long. Very perfect timing, Solaria. Alright, so let's exit that real quick. Yes, got all the bubbleheads. Nice. Very good. I mean, bubbleheads is cool. Oh. I guess it's a nice little achievement or whatnot, but I guess it keeps it to like its old school thing, like the old school games, you know, a little side thing to do while playing. Find like a little objective. And sometimes I've seen games put things like that in the weirdest places. I want to say Perfect Dark was one of them. You had to look for pieces of cheese around the maps. Like, that was weird, but awesome. It would be in the most random vents, behind a wall that was destructible that you had no idea. Like, things like that, which is kind of cool. Alright, so we're just waiting on a match here, guys. Let's see how we looking. Yeah, this is not bad. It's a different step for Resident Evil and for Capcom. But the minute they make a Resident Evil Battle Royale, I'm done. That's a no-no, Capcom. Don't get that idea. Call it a care package from Mr. Hulk, Mr. X. Ooh. But it's kind of cool. Get a nice little playthrough of them. Like, imagine like that moveset, put it into Resident Evil 2, so you can play it. You know. All right, let's check. Again, guys, there's not much we can do. Alright, let's see here. It would be kind of fun. Thought it was in Raccoon City during RE2 and 3. It would be fun. I guess it could. And you're right, Solaria. I can imagine. I could see you. The creativity of your house. It'd be like Laura Croft's Mansion, but upside down.
I have seen revolutions.
Alright, guys, we're gonna save up points.
Riches. Passé. But today, I see something new. There is always a higher man.
Oh, I can increase cursor speed with this.
Only we look. Let us look together, okay? Okay. This is a zombie. Dangerous. Oui, that could be a key.
Here we go. There we go, guys. There we go.
Don't want any of the guests coming in here.
Let's control this one.
He feels no pain. The perfect machine for this endeavor.
Oh. No, I could have bite him. Oh, smashed my head, guys. How much I could do there.
I have killed dozens, maybe hundreds. And now I am asked to make novelty locks. My life is strange. Go find a place to use that. There is more fun ahead. Fun for me, at least. This really is not a very efficient way of ending your life. But...
Oh, I couldn't do a thing. Yeah, I gotta get this guy that's up ahead. Look at this guy. Get a discount. Get the mine there. Alright.
Well done. Sometimes it's easiest just to do things yourself. You understand. Me?
Bite him, bite him. There we go, there we go. I wish it was like Outbreak where they get like a little slight infection going on. That'd be kind of cool. Alright, they might actually get through with this, guys. They got all the keys.
Do you think I would tell you?
There's not much I can do. Let me save my points.
You're
Second floor, 12th floor, right? Oh shoot.
This place, let's go. There is more fun ahead. And possibly.
Save the points, guys.
Checking.
Alright, so they're moving ahead. Alright, so they're gonna get some added time.
Bravo! Let us see how much further you can go. This one I call the dripster, because bits are dripping off there.
Oh, that.
Trapped in a maze. This really is not a very efficient
Okay.
way to end your life.
All right.
Oh,
There we go. Get him. No. Oh, I'm done for it. Yep.
No sorrow, no regret, just flesh made into a weapon.
There we go, guys. There we go. Come on. Oh boy. Let's get through. Wow, why do you stop it like that? Oh, he's a goner. Oh boy.
So it goes, my friend. So it goes. Say loud.
He just pushed the zombie out the way.
You know we set this up to tease you, do you not? We never really expected you to get it. You killed Yorick! Weird name for us.
No! Oh no, he's done and out, guys. He is done and out. Alright, cool. Let's wow, what did I just put together?
Cogs turn. The bars of the cage fall into place. You point of no return.
Oh, you disabled my camera. How dare you? There we go, guys. There we go. Let's... How you do it? We're gonna wait a second. I don't want to keep giving them points. All right, let's go on ahead. Let's
This is Bloody McBloodface.
we're gonna go ahead and play as her.
Pain, the perfect machine for this endeavor.
That's right. Get him. Get him. There we go.
The time has got so many of you left.
No.
Food for the undead in this area. We kept them hungry for you, in case you got this far.
Alright, well, let's get these guys a bit focused here.
Mine. Fuck you all.
Oh boy.
It will pass. All things pass with time.
There we go, guys.
I call this one the Poisoninator. Sometimes it's easiest just to do things yourself. You understand me.
No, regular zombies are... Oh.
You know I have other cameras, oui?
Alright, well, they're gonna... Not much we can do there, guys. With a lovely oceanic view, right? There you go. Funding would definitely be a huge factor, and if you have unlimited, why not? Alright, they're in the final part, guys. We can't let them get past this part.
Hey, bon. This day is more interesting than I expected. This one I call the mold machine. It stinks, no? You see the things you have forced me to do? No matter. The stain of your blood will be joined by many more. The pen of fate awaits writing the final line for you. Are you okay? No, you are not. You are running out of time, but it looks like you are barely even trying.
No, it's down, guys. We gotta be careful here.
This is some dead person. I do not recognize it. Dr. Weskill's virus clearly did nothing for you if this is how slow you are.
No! No!
Bad luck, my friend. Mine, mine, mine. Fuck you all.
There we go.
We get to keep you here.
View plus function. If anything, I make a cavern with a flooded tunnel connected to the oceanic view that I can control the cavern's floods. Wow. Jeez. That is very interesting, guys. We got an S rank, even though I didn't feel like I did a very good job. I think we actually did pretty well. Alright. Let's go ahead and get this next match rolling in here, guys. Give me 1 second, guys. right, so it doesn't look like we have a round yet, guys. Not yet. All right, let's see what's going on here. What is going on? What? Okay. All right, guys, we're just waiting on the match here. This match is taking quite some time. We'll let that do its thing. And what's going on? When was the last time we checked up on the updates on this? Oh, God. There we go. Finally got a match, guys. All right, we're ready up. Let's do it. Alright, looks like it's about to start up. What happened here? Oh. Wow, we're still loading in. Look at that. Why does delivery take so long to get here, guys? Especially nowadays, I guess what's going on, it's understandable. Alright, it's like we're stuck at 98% here, guys.
Bonjour. The wheels of
Alright, here we go.
take you to a strange place today. Let us see if you will walk away or not. This is Bloody McBloodface. This really is not a very efficient way of ending your life, but
Oh, oh that's it, guys. Hold on, next camera.
oui, that could be a key.
Get these rolling in, guys. Get these rolling in. Get the one that's up ahead.
This is General Munchie.
What's going on?
Um,
What? Hurry up, what? What's wrong with it?
Go find a place to use that. There is more
What's
fun
over there? Or, I don't know. Repair it.
I did.
Busy right now. You have to wait. I'll check it out in a little bit.
I have killed dozens, maybe hundreds. But now I must
Right.
make novelty logs.
You're interrupting me right now. What else do you need?
French.
Okay, I'll look. Fall for the trap. There you go. There you go. Come on.
What's that thing?
It's a tough zombie spawns a equips a launcher which fires darts at creatures to go berserk. Makes them go more crazy.
If that was something you needed, sometimes it's easiest just to do things yourself. You understand. Oui? I confess, I did not expect
No, I can't move. I'm a zombie. Oh no! I think I'm gonna die. No, 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 no.
Wow!
That's why he went berserk.
Better luck next time.
No!
Your guy takes a lot of hits.
They made it out of there. Oh no! Alright, they made it into the next area.
Let us
That's all good. I'm gonna put the dog here.
Pretty good.
Oh, he's his armor. Where'd you saw it? What about say? I ain't seen those.
To protect the security guards on me.
There's enough zombies there, but they haven't left there yet. So while they're there, no, it's okay, it's okay. While
Can I
they're
see it?
there,
Can you?
I could become a lot of these things if I want to. Hold on, give me a second. just placing my zombies up ahead. Hold on.
Become the security guards. I want to see it.
Oh my gosh, I would do anything.
Daddy.
Feels no pain. The perfect machine for this endeavor.
Those zombies, they're free. They're free, but they do nothing.
They ever go to fuck up your
Watch
life?
out.
This definitely fits.
Hey, this stations where all you need is a.
Mm-hmm.
You can spawn in Mr. X for free.
Yeah, he's like my special ability.
Wow.
See the things
I'm
you have forced me
automatic.
to do. No,
He's huge.
the stain of your blood will be joined by me.
Oh.
Wow.
The time has come to give in.
Oh, he dodged me. You son of a gun.
Weird name for a security guard.
Oh, one's down to the ground. Wait, what's my timer on him? His time's almost up. No, I got 3 seconds. No, my Mr. X.
There will be no rest here for your corpse once you are gone.
Alright, that's cool. You know what? Let me get a liquor here ready. Get a landmine here ready. Okay, we're gonna skip on over to here because they're doing something there. Get this camera rolling in. Door's locked. Sweet. Get her spawn.
Okay. I do not get. Sometimes it's easiest just to do things yourself. You understand me? Oui? Whack whack.
There we go. There we go.
The cogs turn. The bars of the cage fall into place. You are close to the
Oh no, I missed. Oh, that hurts. Hey, here we go.
nearly out for the count.
Wow. He's gold.
No! Alright, they took me out, which is cool. Let's get outside here, guys.
Hey, that's Phil. When did they die?
Alright, we need to save up some points here, guys. Alright, they took all those things out.
More food for the undead in this area. We get them hungry for you, in case you got this far.
There we go. Dang it.
You know we set this up to tease you, do you not? We never really expected you to get it. The hat and trench coat. You will be killed in style, yes? Say bonjour to the Reaper for me. Why are you still in this place? Don't you have somewhere else to go? Do you want to escape? I've seen faster shop mannequins. Do not fight it. Go into the darkness.
I gotta be more careful. Thanks for pulling me out.
There is no shame in accepting your loss now. You have seen so much. It changes you. You wish to go on? Very well. No pain. The perfect machine for this endeavor. Time is running out for you, my friends. Bad luck, my friend. We get to keep you here for more experiments. The decline of civilization continues, and your lives will end with it. If not today, then soon.
All right. We'll do that over there, please. Yeah, sorry about that.
Yo.
Get away from my desk, please. Hold on, guys. Oh my god, this kid's gonna knock over something. I'm gonna go crazy. Game's okay. I like it. It's not bad. I mean, it's a beta, so we don't really get to see much. We only can do one level. You can't really unlock anything. But it's cool. You know, if you're into these kind of games, it's cool. If not, it may not be for everybody. You know, will it surpass its competition, such as like Dead by Daylight or whatever? I don't know. A lot of games try to compete with some of the other game titles like this, and they just don't really succeed. Well, with this game being on multiple platforms, it might do a little better. Alright, so let's go ahead and queue up again, guys. The only bad thing is PlayStation and PC are having issues. There's no open beta yet for it, so only Xbox. So here we are playing it for Xbox. Alright. Why are you being so rude? You're gonna knock something over, I'm gonna get mad. Go. Alright, I'm gonna deal with this kid, guys. Hold on. Man. Alright. Yeah, well, it is on PC, but not today. Right now, Xbox is the only one. And rumors might be crossplay, but I highly doubt it. With it being Capcom, I don't think they made crossplay games quite yet. Grand Theft Autos are not crossplay. Red Dead Redemptions are not crossplay. Their fighting games are not crossplay. All their other Resident Evil series are not crossplay. So I'm gonna be honest, probably not. So here's the character screen. So right now you can only pick one, and then you have the downtown area, and then you can choose the presets, and then you can choose like different layouts like for your characters or whatnot, which is kind of cool. There's no equipment I can grab, unfortunately. And then here's some of the classes that I can use currently. It'd be nice to see that we can get more. Sometimes at random, though, I do get other ones, which is kind of cool. That we don't see, but I don't know. Okay, let's do this, guys. We got this. Boom, boom, boom. Do I even have Division installed on my computer? I don't even think I do. In terms of like PC space, I'm always full. Yeah. Because I do want to play it a different method rather than... I don't know. We'll see. We'll have to see. Boom, boom. There is good. Oh, stretch-a-roni. Yeah.
I have many
All right.
fun adventures lined up for you.
Here we go, guys. We're gonna go ahead and take a crawler zombie.
Destruction, disease, all of the fun things that the modern world will offer us. You run and run, but I have done you a favor. Look around this beautiful place. Smell the roses if you can find them. Appreciate this moment we are together.
Let's have a
Oh no! Get people stuck, guys. Get them stuck. These guys are moving on quick. We can't like, Oh, we could change cameras like this? I didn't know that.
Is it a lock? Could be.
Oh, no you don't. Okay. Yeah, I don't have the points for this, guys.
Oui, that could be a key. Sometimes it's easiest just to do things yourself. You understand? Oui?
Take that.
There is more fun ahead, and possibly death.
Here we go.
This really is not a very efficient way of ending your life. But orders are orders. Whack whack.
No! There we go, guys. Take a nice chunk of monk on them. Get the dogs in here. Alright, they made it to the next area. Is Smart View any good? What do you mean?
Fate has more cards to turn for you yet? Oui. It will pass. All things pass with time.
No! We're gonna go ahead and play as this lady.
The perfect machine for this endeavor.
Oh wow, swing and a miss. Okay. Are you gonna climb up or what? There's not much we can do there. Okay, we're almost there, guys.
The hat and trench coat. You will be killed in style, yes?
Let's run for it, guys. There we go. Take him down. Take him down. Goodbye. Right in the face.
Say bonjour to the Reaper for me.
Yeah, time limit is so fast. Here it goes. Oh no, you didn't. Alright, pull up. That's it. Alright, we have to be careful, guys. Oh, Smart View is okay. It's kind of like a Miracast, Smartcast type deal. That's what you're trying to do.
This is General
I mean, just...
So many of you left. More food for the undead in this area. We kept them hungry for you, in case you got this far.
Oh, they made it to area 2. Not good. Not good. Alright, guys, this is it. Can't get. I don't know. I feel like the revival rates should be a bit different.
More fun and cool friends for you. This one I call the dripster, because bits are dripping off there.
Where are these guys?
No sorrow, no regret. Just flesh made into a weapon.
There we go. Oh.
So it goes, my friend. So it goes. Say loud.
There we go.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
I do not count the deaths anymore. But then, I never did. Well done, Daniel. Why, thank you, Daniel. It was most excellently played.
No, he's finished. Oh, no.
Good fucking luck, my friend. You are blinded. Where are your enemies? Where are your friends?
Maybe he talks a little too much. There we go.
Are my cameras working? You are running out of time, but it looks like you are barely even trying.
Not good, guys. Not good.
He feels no pain. The perfect machine for this endeavor. Time is running out for you, my friends.
I think we knocked him down. I'm gonna let those zombies do their thing.
Bad luck, my friend.
Got him. I believe the beta closes on... That's a good question. I want to say the 3rd, but I could be wrong. Yeah, Friday, April 3rd till 3 a.m. That's right, and thank you for the follow, guys. 2 hours left. Right, 3. Yeah, we got 1 more hour. We usually do 4-hour streams. Yep. All right, guys, let's get this next round rolling in. I wish these like points carried over. I don't know. All right, the beta ends on the 29th. Wait, it does? Why does it say April 3rd? Well, it was weekend, right? I remember saying it was for a free weekend. Hold on. Resident Evil Resistance beta. Mastermind can... Blah, 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 blah. The Xbox One version of Resident Evil Resistance beta is scheduled to last until 3 a.m. EDT on Friday. April 3rd, as of the other betas, whenever they go live. They're likely to last about a week as well. Yeah, we got about a week of beta, guys. Wow. Look at that. All right, Thomas. I see you, bro. I see you, man. All right, we're just waiting for a match, guys. Yeah, so Steam and PlayStation still having issues, though. I mean, I don't think you get anything for purchasing it anyway. It'd be kind of cool, like you get like a different character or whatever you do here carries over. But that doesn't seem to be the case. Wow, April 3rd. It's a long time. Alright guys, we're just waiting for the next match. I keep hitting the wrong buttons. Yeah, we're just waiting for the next match. Hopefully it'll be up here very soon. Hopefully this is very soon. Wrong command. It's only beta, so kind of expect that. Yeah. I mean, because what if there's like an exploit, right? And somebody's like taking advantage of it. All right, we're 4 out of 5, guys. Looks like we're almost ready for the next match. No, things are looking pretty good here. Let's see what else we got. Oh, I think we got a match, guys. I think we got a match. Showtime. All right, we can only pick Daniel. I wish we could pick a different tyrant. I would love to pick the tyrant from like Resident Evil 1. That'd be sweet. Yeah, I wish we could do different decks, man. No! Alright guys, we're about ready here.
I have many fun adventures lined up for you. We have death, destruction, disease, all of the fun things that the modern world will offer us. Interesting. Meh,
Wow.
ineffective in the long run. Why do you rush all the time? There is no hurry here.
Got a locked door.
There we go.
He feels no pain. A perfect machine for this man.
Oh yeah, he's down and out quick. Wow.
Hey, that's Phil. When did he die? Oui, that could be a key.
All right, guys, we need to start protecting. Let's get some defenses rolling on here. Can we turn off light switches or anything? I wish there was more lights to turn off. There we go. That's the way to do it. That's not very good now, is it?
You run and run, but I have done you a favor. Look around this beautiful place. Smell the roses if you can find them. What would open this strange lock? How much do you believe that I would put that key in there with you? Perhaps I did not, and you are trapped forever.
There we go, guys. Get them in. Get them in. There we go. Come on. Come on. Oh no, they are really trying to yeah, we don't want that right now. Alright, so they're going into this room, guys. They're getting the last key.
If that were something you needed, do you think I would tell you?
Oh no.
Looks very nice.
They're gonna make it into the next area, guys. Let's keep the zombies rolling in. Let's get the dogs up here. Okay. Yeah, I don't think there's gonna be much we can do here, guys. I have to save the points. Oh, they're missing a key from over here.
Nice try, but that will not make you much safer. Go find a place to use them. There is more fun ahead. Fun for me, at least.
They got it. Save the points.
There is more fun.
And I don't like that too, because like when one makes it, they all make it. I don't like. I think there needs to be a better revive system for them. Okay, here we go, guys.
Bravo! Let us see how much further you can go.
This zombie looks like Rick Grimes, guys. I'm telling you.
This one I call the dripster, because bits are dripping off them.
All right, save the points, guys. We gotta save the points here.
Here's Trenchy. All the pieces I have put in place led you here. You home.
Wow. Okay. Oh no 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 no. Okay. Well, in that case, it's showtime. I'm gonna finish you off. Goodbye. All right, guys, we got a couple more to go.
Okay. I do not count the deaths anymore. But then, I never did.
Well, how did she get up?
No worries. One more time.
Wow. No. He's uncontrollable, guys. Uncontrollable.
There will be no rest here for your corpse once you are gone.
Oh my gosh, I would do anything to thank you for that.
Are you okay?
That's a tough zombie there.
You are not.
All right, so they're still in the beginning. They keep going back to the armory is what they're doing.
Mine. Fuck you all. Sometimes it's easiest just to do things yourself. You understand.
Me?
No. We do got a light switch here, which is good. Well, let's exit out of this. Get up here.
If I were infected with a virus and could kill the world, then I would be conflicted about escaping too. But do you have to be so slow about it?
Thank you for the follow, guys. All right, here we go. So far, so good. It may not be live, just based on your region, maybe.
Snails move faster than you, including the ones served in garlic.
There we go. Okay, let's head down here. There we go, knocked it right on down, guys, which is good.
Mine. Here's Trenchy.
All right, we did it, guys. We did it. All right. All right.
Expected disappointment, and you did.
Oh, what just happened here?
You had the chance for sacrifice. You had the chance for escape. But in the end, you are just here.
Okay. All right, so let's see what happens here. Yeah, I'm not really too sure. Like I said, it just depends on your region. So, I mean, maybe it's just region locked or just your region, you just depending on your time zone. But it should be out by now because I believe it came out 3 a.m. So it's what, 6 p.m. right now for me. So it's been over for quite a while. Yeah, if you don't got it by now, unless depending on the platform, if you're doing PlayStation or Steam, you can't play it yet. All right. So I'm kind of curious. What's the cost of this game gonna be? Let's take a quick look here, guys. I like how I saw Carlos and Resident Evil 3 right there in the background.
I've never seen anything like it. I haven't been able to sleep this night.
Oh, so it just comes with Resident Evil 3. You can't even buy this separately? Hold on. Not sold separately. Look at that. Very smart. Very smart. Look at that, guys. You gotta buy the whole game. So technically, this is just part of Resident Evil 3, which is not bad. So you're not really wasting your money then. Or this might just be a limited time offer before they do sell it separately. Who knows? What is going on? Yeah, I don't know. Any questions you guys have about the game, guys, let me know. So far, what we do know is you have to pre-order Resident Evil 3 to get this. And it's currently only available on the Xbox platform for right now. And it seems like the beta is going to last about a week. So you guys do have some time. If you can't get a lot of it in, you still have time to get it in. So if you know somebody with an Xbox laying around, or if you're not playing it and you got dust on it, dust it off, and get on some of the beta, guys. Bum bum bum. Ding, ding. Okay. I think my chat's broken again. Oh no! Crap. Watch this. I don't think I can invite to game, can I? No, I can't. Bum 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 bum. All right, so right now we're at 3 out of 5 guys. We're about to get the. Oh wait, we just got a match. All right. Yeah, honestly, if they let us get more characters and whatnot for this, I probably would have pre-ordered. But right now, I'm not seeing the purpose of getting it. I mean, the game comes out anyway, a couple days. Not like it's a long wait time.
Bonjour. The wheels of fate led you to a strange place today. Let us see if you will walk away or not. I do not think you should go that way, my friends.
I don't think there's a way.
Useful here.
Oui, that could be a key.
All right, we got to get the discounts rolling in here, guys. There we go.
Go find a place to use that. There is more fun ahead. Fun for me, at least.
That's it. Oh.
I have killed dozens, maybe hundreds. And now I am asked to make novels. Sometimes it's easiest just to do things yourself. You understand me. Oui?
Well, at least you took a bite on her, so that's perfect.
If that were something you needed, do you think I would tell you?
Okay, all right, hold on. Nice and easy.
Doors open! There is more fun ahead, and possibly death.
But I can't like cancel the Yeah, they're gonna make it to the other. I should have saved my points. Oh, area 1 was cleared by the survivors. I won't survive this time.
It has more cards to turn for you yet? Where?
Okay. Well, we need to hold it down here, guys. Hold it down.
This is some that feels no pain. The perfect machine.
Here we go. Nice chunk. Nice chunk. Oh, okay. Wow, I can't lock it like while they're there.
This really is not a very efficient way of ending your life. But orders are orders.
Alright, we're gonna back away on this one.
He died so easily. You should take his key card. He feels no pain. The perfect machine for this endeavor.
Wow. Okay, one down.
Fuck, that was close.
No!
The cogs turn. The bars of the cage fall into place.
Wow, okay. Oh no, she's gonna be in pain now.
This has gone on long enough.
Hold on. This guy's trying to get to the end here. What's going on here?
No sorrow, no regret. Just flesh made into a weapon.
Okay.
Mine. Fuck you all.
Okay, get him in, guys. Wow. That's stupid. I don't like that room. That's pretty idiotic. I don't like that at all.
All the pieces I have put in place led you here. You have no hope.
No! Alright, guys, we're back to normal again. Well, we'll almost have enough here.
So many of you left. More food for the undead in this area. We get them hungry for you, in case you got this far.
There we go, knock him down. Oh, no, you don't. Dang it, they went into the next area, guys. Alright, just gotta survive it just a bit more. Usually around this area, we do pretty good. I can't let them get past this part.
You continue to fight, and the depravity of the game goes deeper. This is good for me, however I dance.
Oh. These cost me more points. I'm gonna have to wait it out.
This one I call the dripster, because bits are dripping off them.
Get the landmine down there towards the bottom, guys.
Sometimes it's easiest just to do things yourself. You understand?
It is sometimes better to do things ourselves. Alright, knock them down, guys. Knock them down. Oh, gosh. And I missed. Oh. Alright, let's get down to the bottom here. Got him. Good job. Time's going down too.
That was a really good job.
There we go. All right, they're all getting down, which is perfect. No. Oh no, okay.
I do not count the deaths anymore, but then I never did. Is this the best you can do?
Think I'd walk away from that?
Uh-oh, he's a goner.
You stepped into my game and it swallowed you. It will not spit you out.
Oh. Okay.
The time has come to give in.
Get the movement, guys.
Running out for you, my friends.
No, you don't. Oh, do I have to control him? I thought maybe...
Dr. Westfield's virus clearly did nothing for you if this is how slow you are. You are blinded. Where are your enemies? Where are your friends? Bad luck, my friend.
There we go. We did it. Whew. Ugh, I had him hold down on that elevator for quite a while, guys. I couldn't get up.
Revolution will not come from cowardice,
Good job.
but from sacrifice.
Good job. Do I get an S rank again? S rank again. The only thing is like the survivors, I don't know. I think they can use a little more work to them. I mean, they're okay. I mean, they look like normal people, I guess, right? All right. All right. Okay. Ah. 30 seconds in, guys. Usually it takes about 3 minutes before we get a match. Okay, well, while that loads, I'll be right back. All right, guys, we're getting ready to get into the next round here in just a moment. All right. This next round is pulling up here in just a second. We're about to get ready to load in. All right, 98%.
I have seen revolutions, slaughter, poverty, and riches. Passé. But today, I see something new. There is always a higher madness that can be found. If only. Let us look together, okay? Okay. Oui, that could be a key. You found a lock, but where is the key? Go find a place to use that. There is more fun ahead. Fun for me, at least. This is life. We run and we die.
Ammo's out.
You did not the people get weaker, the aggressor gets stronger. It is like life. Mine. Fuck you all.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Bravo! Let us see how much further you can go. Sometimes it's easiest just to do things yourself. You understand me. Hmm? Meet the biter. It likes biting, you see. This one I call the mold machine. It stinks, no? Don't forget to search his corpse for anything useful, because that's not a weird thing to do at all. No sorrow, no regret, just flesh made into a weapon. Are you okay? No, you are not.
If I remember correctly,
All the pieces I have put in place led you here. You have no hope. Whack, whack.
Yeah, it's actually pretty good there, Sniper. Sorry about that. My mic was off.
Nice try, but that will not make you much safer. I have other demos. See? So many of you left. No food for the undead in this area.
Ah, give me energy.
For you, in case you got this far. This really is not a very efficient way.
Why am I bullying everyone? Right.
Orders are orders.
Come on. Oh no. Yeah. We're gonna make it through anyways. I ain't worrying about it.
Interesting. Meh, ineffective in the long run.
Not yet. But right now, I'm focusing on Mastermind. I'll do Survivors later.
Hey, bon. This day is more interesting than I expected.
Liquor down here pretty soon.
Here's Trenchy.
Wow. It's gonna be one down, guys. Okay, one down. Good to go.
There will be no rest here for your corpse once you are gone.
Here we go.
Cogs turn. The bars of the cage fall into place. You are close to the point of no return. Good fucking luck, my friend.
Ooh. Oh my gosh, no!
So it goes. Say loud.
Really? That sucks.
Is this the best you can do? Well done, Daniel.
My camera!
It was most excellently played. This is Break It All. It was there to be broken. This has gone on long enough. He feels no pain. The perfect machine for this endeavor. Time is running out for you, my friends. That could not have gone.
There we go. We did it.
We get to keep you here for more experience.
Competitor isn't available until 5 p.m. Wow.
Continues. And
That
you
sucks.
will end with it. If not today, then soon.
All right, here we go, guys. 1 out of 5. So it won't let you pre-download either? Wow. That's not good. See, at least this one I pre-downloaded, it was good to go. Yeah, a lot of PC games don't let you pre-download. I noticed that for a fact. The music kind of sounds like from a horror film. Predator. Which one was that one though? Predator. I'm trying to remember which one that one was. Did you have fun with Mountain Blade yesterday, Jim? Oh, on Epic, yeah. Well, I got the launcher installed. When it comes to free games, I'm not really worrying about so much free-to-play weekends. Especially for PC. I don't know. If it's like a small game, then yeah, but... I don't know, it's kind of... I guess it's iffy. PC games do install quicker, sometimes. Really depends on the launcher. Yeah, it depends on the game too, very true. Here we go, guys. Looks like we're about to start it up, and let's do it. All right, we got a little bit here, guys. I ain't got much time. We got about, what, 5 more minutes before our 4-hour mark here? I gotta figure out what we're gonna do tonight, though. We could do a mobile maybe later. I don't know yet. Very true. If it's definitely worth hyped, you already know it's worth downloading. The most
Many fun
part...
adventures lined up for you. We have death, destruction, disease, all of the fun things that the modern world will offer us. and run, but I have done you a favor. Look around this beautiful place. Smell the roses if you can find them. Appreciate this moment we are together.
Because they're in a doorway, it should just like push them out. There's gonna be a key in this room, guys, so we really gotta watch it.
Attacking.
Sometimes it's easiest just to do things yourself.
Okay, come on, come on.
I've killed dozens, maybe hundreds. But now I'm a
Bite him up, bite him up.
locks. My life is strange. Go find a place to use it. There is more fun ahead. More fun for me, at least.
There we go. No, he's still not down, guys. Come on, zombie, help me out. Let's exit the zombie's body here.
Wah, wah. If that was something you needed, do you think I would tell you?
Okay. Yeah, we really gotta watch ourselves here, guys.
Why does this place have so much?
Oui, that could be a key.
Okay.
I do not think you should go that still alive. Mostly. Oui.
Darn it, this is locked.
This really is not a very efficient way of ending your life. But what does all the pieces I have put in place led you here. You have no hope.
No!
There are glaciers moving faster than you.
That's okay, guys.
The time has come to give in.
Hurry up, take him out quick, take him down quick. No! Wow, that crawler got that one. Alright, so they made it to the next area, guys. Okay, here we go. It's showtime.
I expected a little less from you, but there are more games to come.
Okay, here they go.
Here's Trenchy!
Wow. Alright guys, we need to hurry up. Hurry it up, hurry it up. Dang it, I ran into the wall like an idiot. There we go, one down. Alright, two left, guys, two left.
This is life. We run and we die. You did not choose this chaos, but at least you saw it before your eyes. Snails move faster than you, including the ones served in garlic.
There we go. Oh no!
I control everything here.
Uh-oh, they're done for. Alright, we did it, guys. Area 2 is where we got them.
Disappointment, and you delivered. You had the chance for sacrifice. You had the chance for escape. But in the end, you are just here.
You know what I realized? My character talks a lot. Do we get an S rank again? So can you still get like A, B, C, Ds? I'm not even sure if we can, because I've been getting S's the whole time. Yum 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 yum. Pixelated lush. What are you doing, Solaria? What pixelation are you playing? Let's take a look here. Oh gosh, we're in overtime. We are in overtime. Oh man. Alright, we'll do one more. Let's do this one for luck, guys. Then we're gonna take a break. We're gonna take a break. See, we got a lot of eyes and ears, which is good, guys. A lot of people are curious to see what this new beta is all about, which is good. Surprised nobody on my Xbox list is playing this. Everybody's still hooked on Call of Duty, Netflix and Hulu, Grand Theft Auto 5. Wow, even Amazon Instant Video. Oh, interesting. Everybody's on everything else but games. One person playing Fortnite, so it's going down, guys. Less and less people playing it. You're trying to? Yeah, you're still getting it installed. I don't think it's that big of a game. Oh. Gotta stretch. Oh, that's perfect. Time is it? Oh, you got it installed? You just want to play it on your phone and clone it? Yeah, I'd feel ya. I feel ya. You can always do the what is that, the Xbox ones? You can always do this. Try the wireless display app. Try that. That might work for you. My presets on, guys. All right, let's ready it up and let's do it. Dum, 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 dum. Okay, all right, all right.
Bonjour. The wheels of fate led you to a strange place today. Let us see if you will walk away or not. This is some dead person. I do not recognize them.
Wow.
Oui, that could be a key.
Oh no. Nice and easy, guys. Never mind, they set that up. Alright, zoom it out, guys. Zoom it out. We got this.
You found a lock, but where is the key?
Like, get that berserker dog, guys. Get that berserker dog.
You run and run, but I have done you a favor. Look around this beautiful place. Smell the rose.
Okay.
Appreciate this moment we are together. You know we set this up to tease you, do you?
Why does Ami just die?
Next to use that. There is more fun ahead. Fun for me, at least. Hey, that's Phil. When did he die?
Why does it do that? There we go.
If that were something you needed, do you think I would tell you?
Got the doorway. Oh my god, I hate when they block the doorway. Move, move. Wow, wow.
There is more fun ahead, and possibly death.
Can't even lock the door. Do Epic Games work for mobile? What do you mean? Yeah, I would assume so.
Fate has more cards
should.
done for you yet. Wait.
Okay, here they go, guys.
Daddy,
What?
there's one person playlist. That's one.
No, I know, I know.
He feels no pain. The perfect machine for this endeavor. The pen of fate awaits writing the final line for you.
There we go. Knocking them all down quickly, guys. Yo! Oh, it's fire! Wow, okay.
The hat and trench coat. You will be killed in style, yes?
There we go. The way to do it.
Oh, goodness. You are so slow. I control everything here.
What happened?
I expected disappointment, and you delivered. You had the chance for sacrifice. You had the chance for...
Oh, you said that's on Epic Launcher, right? I had to install that. And if it's on mobile, I have to make sure it's controller friendly. If it doesn't use the controller, I can't play it. I'm still trying to find a... Like, I can do mouse and keyboard, but I can't find a way to make it stay charged long enough. That's my biggest concern. Yeah, guys, I think it's about that time. Yeah. Hold on, let me launch Epic Launcher here real quick. Gotta make sure I put it on my regular hard drive, not my solid state drive, because I don't like to keep overwriting files on my solid state because it just decreases the lifespan of it. Okay, so let's do what can we do here? Where do I find a store? Okay, World War Z is free. Free now through April 2nd? No, don't be giving me this to something like... It better be forever. If not, I'm not gonna be doing this. Okay, cool, cool. I hope so. We'll find out. We'll find out. We could try. What's the name of the game again? Predator? Predator Hunting Grounds? Is that what we're playing? You have to get it before April 2nd? Okay. I was making sure. Bum dum, bum bum bum, bum dum bum. Predator Hunting Grounds. Okay. I'm just claiming these free games now. There we go. Okay, so we have Predator Hunting Grounds. There's 2 of them. Pre-order to get bonus in-game items, blah, blah, blah. Oh, this game looks interesting. And the person looks like they're moving with a controller. But then again, I do see... Oh, this is actually... like... someone's playing as the Predator? Ah, okay. I remember playing Alien vs. Predator. That was fun. But this is just Predator vs. the humans. Trial weekend, 27 through 29. How do I get the trial? Oh, here we go. Demo. Wow, this product is currently unavailable in your region. So I had to wait to install it. Well, that's not going to be the case, Jay, because when I'm outside, how am I going to install it? Until 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. It'll be 8 o'clock for me. Okay. Well, we can get into that later. Alright, so I did add some games for me to connect from my phone to play. So let me just double check here. Let's see. I think I'm gonna add a Discord too, just to be safe. Yeah, let's add that real quick. All right, let me see here. Yeah, I wish you could pre-install it, man. It'd be nice. So by 8 o'clock, I'll have to just install it. Hopefully, I don't forget. That's one thing. Is hopefully, I don't forget. All right, guys. What we'll do a little finale. And I think after this, we're done. We are definitely done. I'm gonna go ahead and turn the webcam off on this one. Do a little avatar. Let's get this last minute gameplay in and call it the night. It's good for all week, I think. And then, I don't know, I think on Epic Launcher, you might be able to play it on your e-course now, whatever. They're doing, you can play Predator for free this weekend. Yeah, you do!
No, I don't.
I know you don't. Because you care. Yes, you do. Yes, you do! Remind me, 8 o'clock, install Predator. Oh. I did claim all 4 of them, Jay. The ones on Epic Launcher, there was 4 to claim. I claimed all 4 of them. See, I'm playing as this guy, Daniel. He's working for Umbrella. The only level you can play right now with the beta is Downtown. Alright, here we go, guys. Let's get this last round in and call it the night. Oh boy.
Bonjour. The wheels of fate led you to a strange place today. Let us see if you will walk away or not.
Alright, guys, here we go. Here we go, guys. Now they're leaving the arena now. This is where we got to be careful.
Sometimes it's easiest just to do things yourself. You understand me. Me? This one I call the dripster. Because go find a place to use that. There is more fun ahead. Fun for me, at least. If that were something you needed, do you think I would tell you? What would open this strange lock? How much do you believe that I would put that key in there with you? Perhaps I did not, and you are trapped forever.
Drawful too? Oh.
Oui, that could be a key. Still alive? Mostly? Oui.
Alright, they made it through that door, guys. I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention. Drawful 2 would be a fun game. Yeah, I'll have to see what it's all about. See what it's like, guys.
Let us see how much further you can go. This really is not a very efficient way of ending your life. But orders are orders.
We're too busy doing the armory here, guys. Okay. Okay.
the perfect machine for this endeavor.
Bring it on!
No!
Don't forget to search his corpse for anything useful, because that's not a weird thing to do at all. You know we set this up to tease you, do you not? Never really expected you to get it. Excitement, entertainment, a high risk of dismemberment. Please say bonjour to our guest star, Mr. X.
I need more ammo.
So it goes, my friend. So it goes. Say loud.
Oh! Oh man, we heard a lot of them guys. Even Little Man could play, cause right, true.
What?
This is the deadening.
What?
Dun.
Oh, he's talking about the one of the games.
Can you fight?
Why are you still in this place? Don't you have somewhere else to go? Do you want to escape? Well done, Daniel. Why, thank you then. It will pass. All things pass with time. I have a first aid kit for your boo-boo.
Okay, guys, we gotta be careful here because they're gonna be coming in. We're gonna go ahead and put a liquor here. Yeah, that's it. They lost.
Nails move faster than you, including the ones served in gun.
What?
Would you like to explain how the fuck you have done this? Look at you all, you had no chance. Did we give you the right fucking virus for the head? Oh goodness, you are so slow.
No.
The time has come to give in. This really is not a very efficient way.
Oh, they how? Like, I don't get that. They should all have to be there, not just one or two or whatever it is. One survivor at exit gate. Okay, I see it, but then they all escape. I don't like that.
You should give up now. The next challenge I would not wish upon you. Turn. The bars of the cage fall into place. You don't know better.
There we go. There we go.
Dr. Weskill's virus clearly did nothing for you if this is how slow you are. That could not have gone better.
That's it.
I rule.
The game is basically drawing pictures and other players make up sayings for the drawings. Oh, okay.
And you see me felt. You had the chance for sacrifice. You had the chance for
All right, guys.
In the end, you are just here.
All right. Well, that's gonna be it for me. Thank you so much for everything, guys. Hopefully, we can get this on PC pretty soon, so that way I can play it on there as well. In the meantime, I'll catch you guys later. Thank you so much for everything. You have a great night, and hopefully you did enjoy this gameplay. And I will see you guys in the next broadcast.
Bye.
Adios. Bye bye from Chicks and Shark Lord.